Jesus Christ. YouTube is live. Okay, so share the link. I think we have about 3 minutes before we get started. Ugh. That is true. I'm supposed to sign up like stuff for the code. 2, 3, 3. Oh, okay. So it's a lot fuller now. 1 minute left. Chris Lane Costa. Oh. Oh shit. Okay, so hi everyone. So share my screen since it's streaming. Share the stream. That's it. All right, can everyone see my screen? Delightful. Okay. Very good. Okay, so I think we'll soon be starting. We have 35 people who are here. I think the number is still growing. check YouTube, make sure that, okay, so I have some people who are already like going to YouTube.
Technology and it will make this bigger and the best choice in Nigeria. We can now show the students that we have to work using this. Recall that it and certificates for 2 million.
Okay. Oh my God. I think yes. I thought that's much. There's going to be an upload somewhere. All right. So first of all, let me thank everyone for joining. We are at 55, and that's really awesome. Thank you guys for coming in first, and thank you guys for joining. I hope that in this session we'll be able to talk about generally how to actually design dashboards better, how to create a better experience.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So that other people can actually hear what is being communicated. So we're going to be looking at the anatomy of dashboards. We're going to be looking at some bad dashboards. We're going to be talking about the types of dashboards that you typically encounter when you are designing, especially when you are designing for software as a service product. That's, let me just show you very quickly our table of contents. We're going to do some small light introductions. We'll be talking about what dashboards are. We'll be looking at the anatomy of a typical dashboard. We'll be looking at some bad ideas. Then we'll also discuss about how we can actually make dashboards look good and have, look great again. Then we'll have a small design session where we would actually just design, we'll try to design a good looking dashboard. And then you can then ask your questions and I'll try my best to respond to those questions. All right, so is everyone good? Are we ready?
Yes, sure.
Okay, good. So we'll be starting right away. Oh yes, so to answer your question, Folubi Daramola, this is going to be streamed. It's currently being streamed on YouTube. So if you want to watch it later, you can always watch it later on our YouTube channel, the Overlay Academy YouTube channel. So don't worry about it. There's no way we're going to be doing any course. We're going to be doing anything and not have it recorded somewhere. All right. So first of all, introduction. My name is Leslie. I am the principal at Overlay Academy. Some of you may have heard about Overlay Academy, some of you haven't. Those of you who have not, Overlay Academy is a design-focused academy for that's solely focused on empowering creative talents to have better careers and live more fulfilling lives. When I am not principaling, I am also the head of product design at Team Apt. I'm also a community curator at Design Jobcaster. I love dogs. I wish my dog was around. I could actually show you guys, but I love dogs. And if you want to bribe me into doing anything for you, you can start with pizza. So how about you guys? I'd like to I'd like to get to know some of you. So, I mean, you can go ahead and introduce yourselves in the chats. I'd like to get to know some of you. Um, is anyone else struggling with their audio? Okay, okay. So, let's just take like 1 or 2 minutes where we just get to know each other. Drop your name, where you're watching from, if you're a dog or cat person, what are your hobbies, what kind of designs you like, if you're a product designer, if you're a visual designer, if you're a web designer, what kind of whatever designer. Even if you're not a designer, you're just here to, let's meet you, let's get to know you. Shama Good Godos is watching from Jos. Victor, hey, what's up, man? Eugene, you're in worry. That's why I always pegged you for a Lagos person. I had no idea. Oh, okay. Shahrukh Nassar from Egypt. Nice to have you here. Thank you. Mercy Kwaye from Ghana. Nice to have you here. Wow, Black Jesus. We're from Ibadan. We have Diogo, who is coming in from London. David James from Abuja. Omori Osakwe Emmanuel. Nice to have you here. Martha Adeleke. Valerie, Tajuddin, Folarin, Samuel, Tolope. Wow, it's really good that there's this diversity. 77. Hey, Ori's here. Wait, Ori, can you do me a favor? Go to the cohort group, go to the cohort channel, and then just ask them to join. Ask them to join this. So let me share the invite with you. Just copy invite link. Or I'll just do that myself. But wow, maybe you can maybe what you can try to do is you can log out and try and log in again, because everyone seems to be able to hear me. Thank you. Well, I mean, I've been rocking this head for some months now. I think since January. All right. Let's see. This is the link. You can join here. Yes, I think that's a good idea. If you're having audio issues, just head to the YouTube stream. Let me put up the link here. Not this screen, that would be here. So I'll just put it up right here. Oh, this. Wait, you can't see or hear me. Wow, that's quite something. Komalafe, I can't put the invite link from here because I can't put the invite link on the stream because of security. I don't want a scenario whereby people will just start weird people with weird intentions start joining. But If you can find a way to DM me, I'll share the link with you. Akram Hussein Johnny, thank you for joining from Bangladesh. Oh, he's from Benin, thank you. Wow, it's lovely to have you all here. All right, so let us then get into the meat of it. So today we are here to talk about, we're here to actually talk about dashboards, what they mean to the people that we design them for, how we can actually make them better, best practices, things to always consider, but to actually start, let's really talk about what are dashboards really, in the simplest idea. The general idea behind dashboards is that it provides an overview for you to be able to look at really important stuff at a glance, right? At its simplest form, a dashboard is a screen in your application that displays information. That's literally the simplest way to actually think about dashboards, right? And essentially it provides users a global overview with access to the most important data, functions, and control. So if you noticed, say for example, you have like an internet banking platform, which most of us already have, either on mobile or on web. So the moment you log in, the first thing you actually see, the first thing the banks want to show you is, how much you have, the kind of transactions you've made, the easy access to your most frequent actions, which usually is send money, pay bills, airtime, and some banks will go as far as trying to push loans to you, but typically it's just those three. So you can either transfer money, you can buy airtime, or you can pay bills. So that is in itself is the core of a dashboard. It's showing you, it's giving you an overview of your financial situation, and it's showing you how much you have, or all your recent transactions, so you're able to track your transactions. If there are any other actions that the banks actually want you to do, they will also probably put it there. But especially when doing dashboards for banking applications, banks typically try to optimize for actions that users perform frequently. And remember, there aren't just one type of users when it comes to banking. So what everyone might be familiar with would be like individual personal banking, right? Where they show you, this is your current bank, your bank statements, your transactions. These are quick actions. Now, for someone who's running a business, he's definitely going to see a different set of things. He's going to see a different set of information. He wants to be able to see how his various businesses are performing. So he probably wants to see all monies from all his bank accounts, from all his businesses. He probably wants to see if there are transactions that require his approval. For example, he wants to see if there are failed transactions. He wants to see successful transactions. He wants to see where those transactions are coming from. So the data that is important to a business user, for example, or a high net worth individual, is significantly different from the data that is relevant or important to someone who, and like a regular Joe, for example, or a regular individual who just wants to send and receive money. So usually when designing dashboards, it's very important to consider the context in which your users are going to be using the dashboard. Okay, so the term dashboard is a metaphor for a car dashboard. A fair number of us have cars. I used to have a car. Turns out that, sorry, just give me one moment. Daniel is buzzing me and wants me to share with him the, 1 minute, Daniel. Buzzing me, wants me to share with him where is my Telegram? There you go. No, that's wrong. That is wrong. Right, it's sorted. So like I was saying, I was talking about cars. I used to have a car, but living in Lagos makes driving cars very difficult. you have a car automatically, you're dedicating like 5 to 6 hours of your days in traffic, and that is really not healthy. So it's a metaphor for a car dashboard, sometimes called a cockpit area, usually near the front of an aircraft or a spacecraft or any vehicle from which the pilot controls the aircraft. So that is that about that. So an effective dashboard simplifies the visual representation of complex data and helps stakeholders to understand and analyze and present key insights. So I want to show you something that someone did on Dribble, right? I mean, it's really just a dashboard, a very simple, easy to digest dashboard, right? And you will notice that the information that is being presented is presented in a way that is holistic. It is simple to consume. It shows you your portfolio value. It shows you access to menu. It shows you if you want to search for certain transactions. It shows you how your revenue is. And then it also shows you how your revenue and transactions are actually coming in. And these are things, you know, within the context of this user, these are things that are relevant and important to the user. I also want to show you one that I was involved with. This is Monify. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the product. It is a B2B solution. It's a B2B solution, so I'm just logging. And this is Monify. So within the context of Monify, Monify is a B2B solution for merchants who want to accept payments regardless of their regardless of the channels. So it allows you to accept payment from you via USSD, via QR, via web, and via mobile as well. So it lets you to track all the transactions that you, either by volume or by value. It lets you see your revenue, the total transactions, your pending settlements. It lets you to filter your transactions based on over time, and then you then see your transactions as they're coming in live. So this is an example of a dashboard. Okay, so so let's move on. Now, there are a variety of dashboards, you know, variety of types of dashboards, right? But for the sake of this,
how much address? How much is you got? Then I'll turn you that.
Wow. Okay, so for the sake of this class. Okay. Pelumi, have you been able to resolve your issues, or are you just using YouTube now? Give me a moment. Let me check on YouTube so that I'm sure that I'm able to capture everyone and everything.
Again, nothing like that, but another instance, you don't see them well away. You don't see them.
Wow. Hey, Deji, thank you. Thanks for complimenting my head. It's Sandy, I know about it. Thank you very much. All right, so for the sake of this discussion, we'll be considering 3 types of dashboards. Some of which we might already be familiar with, some of which we've not already heard of, but you know, these are like broad classifications of the kind of dashboards that we'll typically be designing if we were to be designing products that require dashboards mostly. So if the first type will be strategic dashboard. Now, a strategic dashboard is a reporting tool for monitoring long-term company strategies with the help of critical success factors. They are usually complex and they provide an enterprise-wide impact to business and are mainly used by senior level management. So let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. So if you see some of the data points that this dashboard is trying to track, you see monthly recurring revenue, you see revenue from paying customers, you see things from CAC. I really wish I knew what that meant, but all these are data points that usually informs a company's decision making and their strategy for typically for customer acquisition. Typically for customer acquisition, or maybe even product direction. So I think that's that for strategic dashboards. We also have operational dashboards. Now, operational dashboards aim to impart critical information quickly to users as they are engaged in time-sensitive tasks. Operational dashboards tend to ask the question, what is happening right now? Typically, operational dashboards tend to deal with live information or live data as they come in, right? So I'll share a bit of this experience. While I was in InterSwitch, because I worked at InterSwitch for a while. While I was at InterSwitch, we had this dashboard that we it's fluctuating. Chukunon, so your audio is fluctuating. I suspect that might be network. Is any other person encountering the same difficulty or challenge? Okay, so Chukunon, so what I can recommend for you to do is if you're still encountering poor audio, you can go to the YouTube channel. You can go to the YouTube channel. This is the Zoom link. So let me just put up the YouTube link for you, so you can go there and get proper audio. George, yes, the slides will be made available after this session. So like I was saying, during my time at InterSwitch, we had this in TechQuest. TechQuest is where all the technical stuff and the technical operation stuff actually happens and development stuff happens. So at the base floor on TechQuest, you have this big screen. No, actually, you have this mega screen that's divided into like 7 or 12 different compartments, and it just shows you transactions and it shows you transactions as they are happening real time. And these transactions are like, divided into various channels, either I think, yeah, either USSD, transfers, airtime, bill payments, vendor-based payments. It's huge. It's really, really huge. Jedediah, thank you very much. It seems everyone's complimenting my hair. Thank you. Okay, so so the main goals of the operational dashboard are to present data deviations to the user quickly and clearly, show current resources, and display their status. It's a digital control room designed to help users be quick, proactive, and efficient. So the final one we'll be considering is the analytical dashboard. Now, in contrast to the operational strategy dashboards, analytical dashboards provide users with at-a-glance information used for analysis and decision making. There is a fair chance that most of the dashboards that we are familiar with are usually analytical dashboards. These are less time-sensitive dashboards, and they're not really focused on trying to prime you to performing immediate action. The primary goal of this kind of dashboard is to help users make sense of, okay, Irene, Dibia, we will not be having that. Sorry, we will not be having that. Clear all drawings, we will not be having that. So I'm just going to disable annotation. Tosin, this session is being recorded on YouTube, so just visit this link later on and you'll be able to get the full session. Okay, so so the primary goal of this kind of dashboard is to help users make best sense of data, analyze trends, and to drive decision making. It just presents information for you, and I think it's the kind of thing that most of us are actually used to. You just want to see information at a glance. You want to know what's happening, how much is coming in, what the various data points actually mean. So it's important to be able to present your users with this kind of information. Now, here's the kind of struggle, or here's one of the struggles that we usually encounter as designers, is that we we usually do not know what kind of dashboard or what kind of approach to actually give when we are trying to present information to our users. Now, a good way to actually have a fair sense of the kind of approach or the kind of dashboard that user will be needing is to take a look at the requirements, is to try and get to know the users more. We'll be talking more about this a lot later, but I'm just trying to identify like some of the struggles that we as designers actually go through while trying to figure out what kind of dashboard would be appropriate for the user who is going to be using this product. What kind of information is important to them? How are they accessing this information? How do they want this information to be displayed to them? What is very important to them? What kind of actions are they going to be? What kind of actions do they want to perform with this information that they have? We'll be talking about this further down the line. Now, let's look at the anatomy of a dashboard. Now, a typical dashboard will have, like, regardless of how it's designed, it could be flat, it could be 3D, which I usually don't advise. Do not design 3D dashboards. They're a nightmare to work with. But regardless of how you design your dashboard, it typically is going to have these features. It's going to have tables, right? It's going to have cards and widgets. It's going to have a place for notifications, right? It's going to have like some kind of task lists, things that you need to do, right? It's definitely going to have charts. It's definitely going to have charts. And more often than not, depending on the kind of data that you want to display, it will probably have a Google map. So if you really take a look at any of the dashboards that you've encountered, right, it definitely has these features. Like it also, definitely it's also going to have things like navigation to make navigating the product easier. That's literally a given, because without navigation, where your user is going to go to. So this is the core of the anatomy of a typical dashboard. Now, is everyone following? Do you have like any questions you want to, is there anything you want to chip in? Everyone is good, everyone is fine? Excellent. All right. So, Oluwatosin, you're saying it's all good for now. It means that you expect it to go bad. Okay, good. All right. So, so let's take a look at some really poorly designed dashboards. And before we even dive there, I actually want to hear from you. Have you ever designed a bad dashboard, or B, experienced a bad dashboard design? Like, I want to hear from you. I want to hear your comments. And if you have experienced a dashboard, if you've experienced a bad dashboard behind, I actually want to hear you actually speak about it. So just raise your hands. I'll be able to identify you, and you can talk about it. Okay. We have, how many people here do we have? We have Chen Li Yu. Chen Li Yu, hi. You can unmute and like talk about your dashboard experience. Okay, so it seems that oh, okay, no problem about that. Okay, so who else wants to talk about the dashboard experience? Shama.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now that with just this short info you made, I think there was a dashboard I made as my final project for school.
Oh,
I think it was just bare. It was quite empty. I think it was for a fintech. It just had the whole recent transactions and I think for loan apps, obviously. So, and it showed, the amount of loans, the loan status and anything. But now that I'm looking at what you said, when you said analytical, I just realized that there was no countdown. Like there was no, like, I think one of the informations was how long did the person have to pay the loan. There was just a due date, and looking at the user experience of that, having the user subtract, from subtract today from the due date is just like a lot of cognitive load, and
it
a lot of people
is,
miss that. So
unfortunately.
yeah.
Okay, so let's see who else wants to give it this a go. Check the chats. I'm gonna call on. Oh. Okay, I understand, Chen. Okay, so Ayodeji, go ahead.
Yeah, hi everybody. Yeah, so for me, I mean, so even in my current workplace, right, one of the things that I'm about to do was to redesign some old dashboards, right? And like what I encountered was really bad, like user flow, right? So like you want to complete an action, you click on one menu item on the sidebar, you do an action, you have to go to another menu item to continue. You have to go to another menu item, continue again. So like it's like you have to go to different pages just to complete one action. You want to do something, you have to go to different pages to move this from this, and maybe change, edit something, like it was just like cumbersome, right? So one of the things when I redesigned it was, just to improve that flow. Everything you are doing on that same page, right? You're going to go to another page to maybe see some information, or maybe you can use something like tabs, right? So you don't have to keep going to other pages. So yeah, just things around like the user flow of that, but it was just like it was tedious, really. Like the UX was just terrible.
I can imagine. And because, I don't know, because of the way most companies actually portray design, I mean, because of the way most companies actually perceive design, they don't really take those kind of things seriously, like the experience, like the visuals, like the by the look and feel. They don't really take it. They don't really take it.
Yeah,
very
I think at the
seriously.
time it was done, it was just done by the developers. There was no designer involved, so it was just terrible.
You see that thing that you just said, done by developers. Oh God Almighty! And developers, they don't like. Once they run out of ideas, the first thing they want to do is either material UI or Bootstrap, and they don't even get creative with it. They just the color, as the colors just come, they just design the entire dashboard with Bootstrap Blue, and it's it's hilarious to look at sometimes. Most times, actually, it's really hilarious to look at. Okay, so let's take one more person to share their story. I will be picking Samuel Akinriola. I hope I got that right.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, so one of my experience was with my internet bank, which is VFD. So I guess was not last year they had to like change the interface of their app, which the dashboard was very, very bad, like extremely bad. But on the long run, they had to work on it, but the experience was not satisfying at all.
What's the name of the bank again?
VFD.
Ooh, oh boy, those guys are new. I mean, they're not that new, but they're not that
actually
new.
worked on
But they fixed it, right?
Yes.
Okay, well that's all well and good. All right, so some of the dashboards I'm about to show you, don't freak out. It looks bad, but don't freak out. Right? There you go. So
What?
Yeah, I know. I mean, outside the fact that it's old, right? Outside the fact that it's old, right? Who can just try and express what they feel? Why does this look weird to you? Why do you think that this is really bad?
For me,
Diego says it looks like his mom's Excel sheet. Go ahead, please.
I can, well, I don't know, maybe I'm viewing it from what do they call it, from Zoom, but I can see the blue text that's supposed to be the headers for each widget. First, the widgets are plenty. Then the blue text is kind of small. And then the colors are kind of like too sharp. There's no, gentle view there. And then this last one by the bottom right is very, very hard to differentiate. It's very, very hard to, interpret what is going on in that 11.73 million at first glance.
Jesus
at first
Christ.
glance, you don't know what's happening.
Exactly. All right, so some people actually having something to say in the comments, so let's look at it. Manuel says there's no form of hierarchy, it doesn't show what is important. That is very true. Eugene says it's not properly arranged to pass across any important information. Also very true. Favor says there is too much information, there are odd colors, and there is no hierarchy. Also very true. Martha says that it's there's a lot that is happening. Brian, welcome. It's not just visually appealing. It looks like a lot of stress. It's painful to look at, really. So many things are happening. Cognitive overload. I agree with you, Adana. It's just a lot to actually look at, right? The bad chart representation is wrong. Yes, no, man, God. Like if you're looking at this, no, Kelvin, cPanel dashboards are better than this. cPanel dashboards are better than this. Figuera, you are right. And here's where it even gets weirder. I don't even know what to click because regular text is represented in blue. Like normal title text are actually represented in blue, so it makes no sense to it doesn't make sense to anybody. If you're looking at this thing every day, how do you manage, man? How do you manage without freaking out? All right, so we're gonna look at another one. Don't panic. Don't freak out. Okay, ready? Here, there you go. Ayodeji, wow. Well, yes, but it's just, I mean, first of all, poor color contrast obviously is Jesus Christ. Like if you're ever designing dashboards, if you're going to do night mode for your dashboards, you have to be very, very careful. Very, very careful, because especially when you're dealing with very sensitive data, you do not want whoever it is that is like reading up, checking up on important data to make mistakes, all because of contrast. So, and also, like, I don't know, you're using tabs and you're using scrolls. You're using tabs, you're using scrolls, and you're using scrolls within scrolls. It just feels like it's everywhere at the same time. You know, it just feels like it's everywhere at the same time. Wow, there are 100 people. Okay. All right, so let's see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. It's a lot. It's a lot of information. I also agree with nobody. Very unnecessary actions are actually happening. I agree. All right. So at the end of this, right, we're going to have like design exercises, right, where we can actually just we're going to have like some design exercise. And typically in this kind of scenarios, it will be me just designing, but I also want to actually see what kind of ideas you guys actually have. So maybe what we can do is, we'll just have some kind of maybe what you can do is maybe just if some people are even interested in actually participating in these exercises, what you can do is just share with me a Figma link or a couple of Figma links that we'll just check on, and then maybe we can try to design something, either one or two of this, or either one of or any of these dashboards, right? Mayo, you're asking a very important question. How do you manage when the overview is presenting a lot of information? I think we'll get to that. But I think in order for you to manage, especially if all those information is actually required, you have to prioritize what is important. You have to figure out what the user wants to see first, right? And then serve it up just above the fold. Any other thing every other thing just falls under, beneath the fold, and the user, if they are so interested, can scroll to see it. But more often than not, when you log into the dashboard, whatever it is that I want to see, I want to be able to see without having to scroll, right? So that is that about that. So for the last one, this is a nightmare. Like, if you're looking for rainbows, like, they've got it. They've got everything. Like, God, no. It's just, it's just wrong. I think that's the best way to actually look at it. It's just wrong, and it's very stressful to look at. The real question is, what is going on? I don't even know what I'm looking at. This looks like something, this looks like a weather sort of dashboard kind of thing, but I don't even know. I don't know how to make sense of the data that is being displayed. It's just, God, no. I think one dashboard I've always wanted to study is one of the dashboards I always wanted to study is Bloomberg's terminal dashboard. If anyone has like a screenshot of that, I think they should just send it to me. But like the first time I saw it on the TV screen, I was like, how do human beings process this much volume of information per time? It was beautiful when I saw it on TV. Yeah, it's the Bloomberg terminal dashboard. Diogo, do you have like some insight on how they actually engage with those kind of terminal dashboards? So it would seem that Diego is not going to be responding. All right, that's cool. Okay, let's see. I think someone just pasted a link. Let's check it out. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be this. No. It can't be this. And even this is even pretty old because it shows data from, it's showing data from 08 to 10. It cannot be this. Jesus Christ. Let me have a search for it. Bloomberg terminal. Okay, someone else is. Oh my days. Oh my days. What is this? How can you make sense of this? No. Oh God, oh, Jesus, wow. Ah. Jesus, like the research that's gonna go, that you have to do to try to improve this experience might take years. Could a UX person come up with this? Yes. Yes, they could. They very much could. Nah, I don't think, come on, centuries, no. But God, this, and it's not this kind of thing is not, it's not a one person effort. You're looking at a team of say 50 minimum. No, it can't be 50. Like, yeah, 50 minimum, or even 100. And like you have to like divide them in such a way that they are all working on different parts of it. Of course, they'll be paid in full. They're all working on different parts of it, and yet they're all working, you know, synchronously. A tech restraint. What do you mean by a tech restraint? Okay, so let's move ahead. Now, here are some of the things that we must have observed in the examples that we just saw. Now, we built with, okay, yes, you have a valid point, because I think you have a very valid point, because one of the reasons why they might not be so much in a hurry to actually make changes is because there is so much legacy. There's so much legacy code that you're running on that to build on it is difficult. To change, to overhaul it, you can't overhaul it. You can't say, oh, okay, all the stock markets just hold on, you know, while we update your because there will be a meltdown. So I think you have a valid point. There are tech restraints to this thing, but it's possible for one. It should be possible for one to actually build over, or there's a systematic way by which you can actually do this. There's a systematic way by which you can do this. I know it's possible because I've seen it happen before. I've seen it happen before. When Quick Teller was being rebuilt, they rebuilt it in such a manner, because what it was before was a mess, right? It was spaghetti code flying all over. But when it was rebuilt, they rebuilt it in such a way that it was as modular as possible. And they were redeploying it in phases. So it was easier for them to manage and quickly catch the errors and the bugs when they popped up. So that's why I think they could use a more advanced version of that approach to deploy within that context. But man, it will take a while. It will take a serious while. All right, so some of the dashboard scenes that we actually observed probably included using wrong dashboard charts and chart types. And I mean, if you've been doing dashboards for some time, you know that there are various types of charts. You have line charts, you have bar charts, you have donut charts, pie charts, of course. You have distribution charts. So when designing dashboards, it's important for you to know the right kind of chart to use to display the right that you can use to display the information that the user wants to see. Because sometimes the information you want to display might not necessarily need a chart. You also have to be careful. Not like, I mean, if you see people who love designing dashboards for Dribble, you just see a chart out of nowhere, boom, it's there. And then the user has no idea, like people who are looking at the design, they're like, yeah, it looks pretty, but nobody has an idea what the chart is doing there. right? And then some people focus so much energy into making the chart so so glamorous that when you pass the design to the engineer is looking at you like, she you are all right in the head. Are you okay? She could see, you know, that sort of thing. So you want to be able to show your users or present information to your users that it's easy for them to understand. That's very important. Over designed visuals. So that's, I mean, for what we've seen, when people are over invested in the design of the visuals and they kind of like over design it, and now it's more colors and it's just pretty, but I'm not really able to do anything with the information that I'm being presented with. No context data, color calamities. If you want to see what that looks like, take a look at this again. That's what color calamity looks like. Too many charts, that would be here. Perfect example, too many charts. And no clear purpose. And more often than not, you find yourself designing a dashboard that is too bare. I don't know if you guys can help me with a favor. If you can share the YouTube link on your socials, I think I'm just trying to grab that again. You can share the YouTube link on your socials, so like maybe a lot more people can actually have access to this streaming session. Do I still have it here? Yes, so just share this on, share it on your social media, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, wherever. Okay. So how can we make dashboards great again, right? Any ideas? Can anyone, like, you know, let's have a small chat around that. What are the ideas that you can actually implement to make better dashboards? Go ahead, Kelvin.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you.
All right, sorry, I'm in a noisy environment, but ideas that I think that I can say to make a dashboard look great. If you want to do a project like this, the first thing I think one should do is to make research. To see other past designs and past dashboard user experience before from there you get more inspiration on what to do, such that you can be able to put down your design concepts, element and principles together to get it to become great. That's what I have to say.
That's actually important, and it's something that we're going to discuss as well down the line. So let's see what some people are saying in the chat. Chen Li is saying give more space. Space is important. A lot of people don't even know how to actually sort through space. Define the purpose. Jeremiah is saying proper research. Bimpe is saying follow more trends. Trends are dangerous. I think I'll talk about that a little later. But trends are very dangerous if you don't know what to actually do with them. Anoge is saying give context to the information you're displaying. Valerie is saying pass clear information through the elements used. And then Alara is saying make research to know your users more, which is something we already said before. So who else is raising their hands? I want to see raised hands. Yeah, let's talk. Who else is raising your hands? Okay, so I have Kenny Lawrence. Kenny Lawrence, go ahead.
Hi everyone. So
Hi.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can all hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I currently work for a company that develop enterprise applications, and what I do almost every day is design manage dashboards. So and so many times data analysts will be like, okay, I want you to display so and so on my on your dashboard. I want to see this, I want to see, like, they are coming with a lot of charts, a lot of visuals, So what I do is to research, go online, like just to find things, like to fine tune or everything they want, and probably talk to some stakeholders to just to get what they actually want, then integrate that into my design. So what I do, I don't usually say, okay, because the product manager is requesting for all these things, because the data analysts are requesting for all these things, I don't follow all those things. I just make sure that that experience is usable for even a 10-year-old boy. So that's what I have to say.
Kenny, that is brilliant. So I have a question that I want to ask. How do you secure buy-in from your PMs or from the stakeholders? Because I mean, obviously they have their own ideas as to how this dashboard is, but you being the champion of being the champion of users, right? Who are going to be using these products. How do you secure their buy-in?
Okay, so there was this section I had with my PM last week. So there was this dashboard we were designing, and there was a lot of back and forth. Add this, remove this, add this, remove this. So at the end of the day, I just had to talk. I just had to explain why I made some decisions for them to see. Okay, I think you're saying something there. But what most of the PMs or most of the stakeholders actually want is for all the information to just be on one dashboard. Whereby, sometimes when you see dashboard, you see that these informations are a lot. For example, the dashboard we're seeing so far, they are really bad. No space, nothing. I don't think they even followed any design principles at all. So like that section, I just made my PM just to see that, okay, I explained my thought, like my process, like for my PM to understand. And at the end of the day, everybody reached a conclusion that, okay, I think this is good, we should work with this. I think for you to make your PM to see what you're actually doing, like what you're being paid for, like you have to like just talk your way out of, like, just have to say something, just because now if the experience is bad, everything will come back to you. They'll say, oh, you didn't do it well. Like, everything will come to you. You just have to talk. You just have to make all the stakeholders to understand why you decided to use that color, why you're giving that space, why you're actually showing those things on the dashboard.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Kenny. That is very, very useful information. That is very, very useful advice. Komolafe, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'll say for an effective dashboard, the designer should be consistent with design. Also maintain adequate spacing, white spacing. Then also just impute the relevant information on the dashboard. Like the dashboard you just showed us. It's I'm so sure if I go through it, we'll see some information that are really not necessary. So when designing, it's important that it's the information that are needed, like represents important widget and data components effectively with the limited space you have. So
that is good. That is very, very good recommendation. Thank you guys so much for your contributions. Also, those of you who contributed in the chat, also thank you guys so much. Samuel Akinriola. Why am I struggling to pronounce that name? Akinriola. Samuel, please, can you pronounce your name for me? Anyways, Samuel is saying that my mentor once said, download or visit websites that solve your kind of problem so you can learn from how they solve your problem and then just add your own idea. Well, that's one way to do it. That's one very interesting way to do it, actually. Okay, so let's look at
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the dash. Now, everybody have been criticizing the dashboard you've shown us. Now, the question is, does the dashboard do the work? Does it convert at the end of the day? Does it meet the brand goals, the KPIs, and the like? So if it does that, is this still a bad design? Just a curious question.
So no. Okay, so here's the thing, right? In terms of converting, those metrics you just mentioned, right? If it's a good design, those metrics would read green. They will be in the positive. Do you understand?
Yeah,
does it convert? Yes. Well, I mean, do you want to say how can you talk about conversion within the context of dashboards? Because I mean, like explain, I'm actually curious to actually know how conversion actually factors into the context of dashboard. But I think that's like a whole separate discussion that we don't necessarily need to dive into. But if your users aren't complaining, it doesn't necessarily mean that the experience is good. It just means that there's nothing better out there.
Okay.
Right? Okay. And is with by constantly seeking for feedback from your users, always talking to them, always communicating with them, always being open with your users. That's one very good way by which you can use to actually make visible changes to your product, right? Okay. And of course, improve the user experience. So a product like that, I mean, a product by one of the things we've seen, probably something like this. If it's a forward-thinking company, right, that actually prioritizes design, or at least prioritizes users' experience of their products, they would have gotten feedback from their users that, oh look, are you having problems with the information that is being displayed? What do you want to see? How do you want to experience this? And even if they're not getting like coherent information from their users, they can actually do like A/B tests, test new layouts with certain users, and try and gauge their reaction and their feedback to those layouts or designs. If it is positive, then yes, they can start gradually migrating their legacy users or their old users to the new design. If it is negative, of course, they will ditch it and they will try to come up with something else. Look for the feedback that they got from the test. Come up with something else that kind of reflects what users want, and then test it again. So it's not just one linear process; it's a cycle. You keep doing it again and again and again until you get a dashboard that that works for everyone. It's like I'm saying that it works for everyone. It doesn't mean that it's going to be like 100% awesome. You get, but if you have let's say 70% satisfaction with your customers in terms of how the dashboard actually works, then man, you're good. The remaining 20% you can actually figure it out and then ignore. But you understand what I'm trying to say?
Sure. Feedback and A/B testing. Thank you.
All right. Winston is saying that my thoughts on dashboards are only great if they are simple, intuitive, and modular. Important. Paying attention to who the user is and what they want to gain out of using the dashboard. Customization, that's personalization over customization. That's what you're talking about, Arthur. Arthur is saying streamline content according to user. That is also very, very important. Jesus Christ, you guys have basically written out. You guys have basically written out what I was even going to talk about, because I wanted to talk about what's it called? Designing with your users in mind. You have to know who your users are. Who are your users, right? Where do they live? What kind of data is important to them? What kind of data is relevant to them? What do they typically do with this data? How often do they need this data? How often do they access this data? How do they access this data? Do they access data on tablets, on desktop devices, on mobile phones? In what conditions do they access the data? Do they access it under duress? Are they usually calm? Is it a high intensity environment? If you are in someone who is going to be checking his bank account, for example, is in a different frame of mind than someone who is busy making bids in the National Stock Exchange. They have two different mindsets, right? So you really need to be able, you really need to get to know who your users are, right? And it's not just by identifying them either geographically or what they do. No, that is not me on the slide. I'm a lot prettier. I'm a lot prettier. Yeah, but you really need to know who your users are. And I'm not just talking about your geographical distribution of your users or by their gender or by their occupation. You really need to know them at a more granular level. What drives them, what motivates them, what are the things they want to see. You get, so those are the kind of things that you really need to think about. Those are the things that you really need to think about when you are trying to get to know who your users are. Jeremiah, yes, it actually does look like it looks like the reason is, yes, I know. Okay, fine. It's similar. The concept is similar. All right. So now good layouts help with the flow. Grids are very important. Layout formats are very important. And this is something that a lot of designers try to do right, but they end up not doing properly, right? They try to get it right, but they end up not really doing it properly. And this is because they have been unable to really like figure out what pieces of information is important to the user and how to organize and group the data in such a hierarchy that it tells a reasonable story to the user, to whoever it is that is viewing that information. So Benjamin Osage, hi. All right, so grids can help you achieve effective alignment and consistency with little effort and create a basic structure or a skeleton for your design. Now, here's one very important trick. When making decisions on what information should go where, keep this in mind. The top left corner of the screen will naturally get more attention than anywhere else. So it's important to keep really important information around that corner. And the reason why that is because we, who are mostly English speaking, right? Or at least because of the nature of our languages, right? Probably most of us, those of us who are English speaking or who are French speaking, or, like I said earlier, because of the nature of our languages, we read from right to left. No, so we read from left to right. That's the other way around. We read from left to right. Okay, and I think it's only the more Arabic countries, yeah, that actually read the other way around from right to left. So the dashboard design is going to be significantly different if you're designing for people in the Middle East, for example, right? But for people who are a lot more familiar with who are a lot more, probably in the West, who are probably English speaking, or whose language typically is left to right, because of how they because of how they read, right? They read from left to right. So your dashboard design should be able to accommodate for that. Put your information, or at least more important information, a little bit to the left. Benosage, yes, it is the Arabians or at least people who are in the Middle East that read from right to left. Yes. I don't think I've actually designed a dashboard for like Asians. I think that would be interesting to do one of these days, if I can actually figure out the language. I just thought of something just now. Also, when you are getting to know your users, also consider their cultural nuances, right? Because I mean, we who are here, especially us Nigerians or people who are in the left, I mean, people who are from the West, right? We are familiar, we know that, okay, green is good, bad, red is bad, right? But in China, and or probably even in parts of Asia, it's the other way around. Red is good, right? And green is bad. Right? So you also have to consider their cultural nuances, what they are familiar with, and like, you know, design accordingly. All right, so moving on, let's go. Keep your designs consistent. Cards and widgets are easy to arrange and control. The most important thing about cards is that they are almost infinitely manipulatable. Like you can do anything with them. The cards are primarily just like a container. You can put anything inside them and you can do any variety of things in them. They're a good choice for responsive design since cards act as content containers that you can easily scale up or down. When all have a consistent structure, it's easier for users to work out within the interface where they can find whatever it is they're looking for and where they actually expect to actually see it. So usually in these scenarios, a good practice is to ensure that you have like a good design system. Design systems are very, very helpful. They are very, very helpful in, especially when you are designing like SaaS products. They're very, very helpful. They speed up the process and you don't have to keep designing and reinventing the wheel or using. If you don't have access to a design system, just save yourself the misery and go and look for a UI kit that you can easily customize to do whatever you want to do. Usually, I get my UI kits from UI8, UI8.net, and another good place would be Sketch App Resources. These are two good places you can get very, very nice UI kits. I think there is also a Figma resource page. So UI kits here. There's also a Figma resource page. I don't know what that is, but I know that you can get like really awesome UI kits from UI8 that you can easily customize and do whatever it is that you want. Has lots of variations, lots of variants. If you are really big on design systems in Figma and variants in Figma, very, very easy for you to customize if you so desire. All right, so what else? Here it says keep it short and sweet, right? And what does that mean? It means what you keep it short, simple, and simple and sweet. I mean to say. So what does that mean? It means that you need to have like a better grasp on your colors. You don't just sprinkle colors everywhere. You're going to confuse your users, and from what we've seen, right, it's going to make your experience a little more difficult to manage. You need to like settle on round numbers, except in certain scenarios. But you need to like settle on use rounded numbers. Keep your micro interactions to a minimum. And that means, you should refrain from over designing. You should refrain from depending on gains, overflows, fluffy interactions. Keep it as simple as possible. You don't want your users exhausted or trying to do mental gymnastics, trying to figure out, oh, what am I supposed to do with with this widget here? How is it supposed to work? Keep it as simple as possible. Use contextual charts. We've spoken about charts. I think I got this image on charts, on the kinds of charts that you can actually use per time. So if it's a relationship chart, you can use scatter charts, bubble charts, or a network diagram. If it's a comparison kind of thing that you're trying to do, you can use bar charts, column charts, or circular area charts. If you're doing composition charts, where it's a composition of a variety of things, you can use a tree map, a heat map, a sunburst chart, or a pie or donut chart. If we're talking about distribution, you can use a bell curve or a histogram chart. So you really need to like take out time and study the various type of charts that are out there, and especially try to figure out the right kind of chart that is relevant to your users. So gosh, I need to zoom out. Good. And also use good tables. Good table design should be a workshop on its own, because you want a scenario whereby people are able to quickly query tables. Yeah. I'm talking about tables right now. Like, you want to see a scenario where people are able quickly to query tables. Yeah, and the tables are actually showing contextual information as well. Good table design allows your users to be able to filter through, to be able to search and filter through information easily, right? So it's like I said, it's an entire workshop on its own. So let's move on quickly. So now we are at that special time where we have to design something. But before then, let's take like a 5-minute break to like calm down and assimilate and like try to understand what we've just what we've just been through. So I'll be with you guys in 5 minutes. Let's just take like a 5-minute break. Okay. Then we'll come back and we will start with our design. Deal?
Yeah, deal. Yeah, deal.
All right.
Yeah, deal.
All right. So I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And it's time for us to design something. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? So I had something in mind, right? But I want to see what ideas some people can have for remodeling or for redesigning something like this, right? That being said, Okay, so I'm waiting for this tab to open up so that I can. Oh boy, it did not open up. Can everyone hear me? Paramedic, go on.
Okay, hi everyone. When you were discussing about stuff to make a better dashboard, someone said something about following the trend. Then you said you are going to tell us the reason why that might not work out. Why?
Oh yes, yes. Okay, so trends. Like I was saying, trends are very. They are very dangerous things because a lot of people follow trends without considering context, right? You follow trends without considering context, without considering application, without considering how it would work for their intended users. So if, for example, now, I mean, when everyone was migrating from whatever it is they were doing to material design and flat design, everyone was like, yeah, I mean, that's all good. And flat design worked because it was a very clear, it was a very, very clear design movement, a very clear design ideology. It focused on simplicity. It focused on clarity. It had its own ideas for interaction and motion and all that, and it still does. It's still a good ideology to follow or focus on. But remember, sometime, was it last year or 2 years ago, when they were trying to do this neomorphic? They were trying to bring back skeuomorphism back.
Yeah.
They called it neomorphic. Now imagine your dashboard for neomorphic. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me help you imagine. Usually Dribble has this. It's called new. Is it neomorphic? Yes. Yeah, actually. Where is the best example? This is one fairly okay example. This is another one. Like, I mean, already, look at the controls by then already, and God, okay, there are no dashboard, there are no neomorphic dashboard designs. But just take a look at this. Just waiting for it to load. Same with this, and same with this. I mean, look at like this. This is just pretty, but I don't understand what is going on. Right, and this was a trend that dominated half of 2020, that half of the pandemic, right? And I'm just glad that the entire design community put their foot down and say, this is pretty, yes, but we're not going to do this nonsense. No, we are absolutely not going to do this. So like, kill this idea very quickly. So that's why I'm saying that, you know, trends are dangerous. You can try, you can borrow from trends if need be, but you have to be very careful, and you have to be careful about the context of use. You have to be careful about the kinds of users that are going to be using this product, especially for products that you are trying to infuse trends into. Okay, so let's come back here. Does anybody like want to have a go at like trying to fix those dashboards that we're showing? I don't know, maybe what the answer might be. Let me just copy this link and I'll put it here. Ayodeji, I'm not asking you to just design. I'm not asking you to say anything. Okay, so let me pick up that image, right? I'll pick up the image and I'll drop it here so you can pick it up and then just start working on it while we try to work on our own thing by ourselves. Video panel, yeah, that should be it. So this is the main design of it. Let me pick up that image. It is somewhere here, this one. So I will just create a new page. I'll call it pickup. So whoever wants to try their hands, I will do my best to be well paced. But you also have to remember that this is kind of like a live show. That's number one. Number two, I want to maximize our use of time so I don't keep people here indefinitely. But you should have some consolation in the fact that this is going to be recorded and it's going to be on YouTube, so you can always come back and play back, at a later date at your own convenience. Okay, so I don't know if those our people on YouTube would be so interested in playback at a later date. I mean, I'm really not seeing anything on YouTube. Okay, so I think I'll just keep that there this way. All right, so let us start. Let's the dashboard design I actually had in mind that I wanted us to design was so I had like a variety of choices. I wanted to design this dashboard. Oh no, Jesus, really? Now you're loading. I wanted to design this dashboard, right? All right, so let me just check back to last month. Clockify is a time tracking software. I wanted to design this view. It's kind of fairly straightforward, but it doesn't have a lot of information that we can actually work with unless we start like dreaming up information on our own. I was also considering Glade. Glade just launched a new dashboard design, which is a step up from their already horrendous. In fact, actually, they launched this dashboard about 3 hours ago. That's when they sent the mail. So it must have been like yesterday that they actually deployed, and it was all well and good. But even at that, I'm still not feeling. I'm still not. Jesus even has like serious navigation issues. I'm still not feeling the. I'm not. I don't know. It's not really sitting well with me, so to speak. So maybe we can try to work on this. We can try to work on this. So let me get my let me get my snipping tool so I can pick this image. What's my that snip. Rectangular snip, yes. So I'll just take this, pick it up, copy it, no need for me to save. Head over to Figma. And I'll just slap it over here. So this is what we are trying. What we will try to redesign. Right now, you notice that it doesn't really have a lot of information. It doesn't really have a lot of information. So we'll just try to populate it with what we already know. Now, so the first thing we want to do right now is, let's have some context. Right. Okay, no problem. All right, so let's have a bit of context. And what do I mean by context? We want to know what we are designing, for whom we are designing, right? So let's, Jesus, FigJam is no longer free. Oh boy. Boy. FigJam is no longer free. But doesn't it, I mean, I should still be able to create things in it, right? Okay, so let's start with, oh boy. Yeah, I should still be able to. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's look at let's create some things, right? So let's start with context. Or no, that's what it is. It's this context. I'll make this as bold, as extra large as possible. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to, let's call this what? This is a, the dashboard is for, this dashboard is for merchants who want to view live transactions and have an overview of the money that comes in for them across channels over time, right? Okay, so let's talk about our who. Who are our merchants? Possible merchants in this case are people with businesses, people with businesses, maybe like, shop businesses, I guess, online stores, people with online stores, people who want to sell tickets for events, for example. Basically, people who actually do business. All right. So we've spoken about the who, talking about the who and the what, right? So let's talk about what is important. What do these users want to see? I think we can call this users, right? Do we need to walk around the whole, do we need to do the whole persona, like building out a persona thing?
Yes.
I'm not sure. What? Man, your audio is pretty bad. Maybe you can type it.
We can just list out the pain points.
Okay. Okay, so let's identify, like, I mean, if you've done business, let's identify pain points, right? what are the potential pain points for merchants? Especially if you've done So a typical pain point will be, I want to see all my money in one place. See all my money in one place. I want to see recent transactions. I want to see how my business has been performing over time. I want to let's say I want to make approvals for transactions quickly. I want to initiate transactions quickly as well. I want to be able to view transactions with respect to time. Yes, I think that's the same. So I want to see how my business performs over time. Yes, it's pretty much the same. So I think these are the things that are important to some of our users, or at least most of them. So let's now see. So let's just have like something called takeaways. And from all of this, we can be able to distill some kind of features, right, for our dashboard. So let's say we want to pull this out. Pull this out. So I want to see. All balances. Balances for all my businesses. Without having to switch. I want to see look, so the reason, you can create it on Figma, yeah. So you can create it on Figma if you want, but I'm creating it in FigJam because it's kind of like a way of, it kind of helps me to organize how I think, right? And also for people who are actually seeing and watching, I think I should zoom in a little so that the text is a lot more visible, because I'm thinking that from that distance, most people will not be able to see it. So I think this should be a lot visible. Right? So so let's see, all my money is in one place. Recent transactions, which I think is kind of like transactions, which is kind of like straightforward. Revenue over time. Quick actions, and yeah, pretty much quick actions. Then you also want some stats. So what kind of stats are we looking at? We know the money, we know the amount of about. So I think the stats we should be looking at would be let's say revenue, volume of transactions, settlements, or what's it called? If they're into chargebacks, settlements. We could not settlements here, because they need to move money from the platform's account to their main account. Maybe like pending settlements. We can think of like a variety of things, and all of these things are things that we need to put together in our dashboard. So having come up with all of these things, yeah, we can then take what we've put together and bring it into Figma. So I can just basically just copy all of this, right? Come to my Figma board and then just basically nuke these two because we're not using them. Just paste it here, right? We just paste it here. So that's fairly straightforward. So we have the previous design, right? Which is right here. Just cash flow, account balance, your quick actions, your cards. I don't know about expense breakdown and what that means. I know of recent transactions. So you can see that they just putting a lot of information into one huge white space. So there's no clear demarcation for the content. It just lumped it all together. Do you understand? So let's start by creating some kind of would I call it a wireframe or a block frame? Let's just call it a block frame for the context of, for the purpose of this discussion. We'll create a block frame. So for that, let's quickly create a frame. We are going to be using a desktop frame, 1440 by 1024. The reason why we're doing that is because I think that's like the average size of a typical laptop or a desktop computer screen. Turns out that more systems are coming up with larger, there are more screens, more, a lot bigger screens and larger screens. But I think right now this is like the easiest, the baseline screen to target for. So right now we don't need to focus on grids. We just need to focus on layout, structure, and placement. So what I like to do is I'll just create my left and right margins, and then I'll have my ruler right in the middle. So this is like a quick and easy, very fast, dirty way of setting up grids, or also kind of grid. Or it's not the most efficient way, and I won't advise it, right? But it just helps me to put things in place. So what do I want to do? I want to have I want to have some kind of navigation, right? So I will definitely put my navigation elements here, right? Remember, we're not looking at the final design. We're just putting blocks in place that would represent what we are trying to accomplish, right? And also it also helps to actually use colors, right? So so let's just focus on our navigation, right? So we can probably have like our logo here if we want to. And then we can have other navigation elements here. Depends on how you want to play it. You want to put icons, you can put icons here. So I'll just stretch this to this point. So we're good. All right, so I can then put all the things I want to put over here. There's my navigation, however, doesn't need to be pretty. I'm just gonna put it right about there. And being that we're just going to, I think we'll probably just emulate what is currently existing in terms of how they are. I mean, if it's not broken, you don't need to fix it again. It's not really like bad. So I'll just break this a little bit. I'll take this, I'll put it here. So this is just essentially how the navigation is going to look like. Now, still on this navigation, I want to create a scenario where users are able to switch their businesses. So they should be able to switch their businesses from somewhere around here. And we are considering a scenario whereby users have multiple businesses, right? So if a user has more than 2 businesses or like, multiple outlets of a business, depends on how. But let's just keep it simple, multiple businesses. Okay, they should be able to have some kind of context switch around here. So usually where I get my icons from, I get them from Iconify. It's a plugin on Figma. So who are saying things? Oh wow, okay, good, excellent. So let's see. Oh shoot, okay, this is what I'm looking at. All right, that's good. All right, so let's say let's call this a chevron, and I'll pick this. It's going to be useful for my drop down. So let's put this right about here. Good. All right, so now we've established that. Now let's establish some other things. For example, like the user area. Well, not necessarily. Let's not really call it like a user area, but I mean it's the place where like some interesting things actually happens. For example, you can have things like your profile, your settings, things of that nature. So we can have this. It's pretty straightforward, right? Is everyone following so far? I mean, I hope I've not lost you guys. Okay, good. All right. So so I'm just trying my best to actually make this as quickly as possible so that we can actually move to the main design parts. I do not want us to stay too long here, right? So we have like, I mean, this is your main profile information, so desire, like things that basically identify you as a person or as a user. They have a notification bell, they have settings, and you have a button for logout. You can have those buttons here as well. Profile, notifications, maybe logout as well. Just align it to here. We have like some kind of divider right about here. It's kind of divider right about here. Oh, Glade. Glade is just like a Flutter Wave, yeah. So what they do is they actually help merchants to actually collect money. That's basically it, to help run your business, collect money. That's it. So if you're a business and you want to accept payments online, you can use Glade, just like you can use Flutter Wave. All right, so we have all of that. Do we need to add a search? Do we need to add a search? I really don't see the need for that. There needs to be something for support. And another consideration we need to have is we need to consider the possibility that this menu could be collapsible. Is that what we want? Would that help the experience? Would that help the experience? Would that give a better experience at the end of the day? I don't know. I can't really say at this point, but let's bear that in mind. I mean, you could say yeah, but you'd be surprised that when you not finally get to it, you discover that users don't know what to do when the menu is collapsed. All right, good. So let's take a look at what we have for features. I'm just going to duplicate this, right, and I'll put this right in here so that I know what I am looking at. So we want to see. all balances from all of my businesses. All right, so now if I want to see all balances from all my businesses, I probably would want to employ a carousel, right? I'll probably want to employ a carousel. So let's keep that there. So let's see. This is card 1 representing business 1. Card 1 representing business 1. Card, oh dear. Okay, I think I'm yeah. Card 1 representing business 1. Card 2 representing business 2. Card 3, and so on and so forth. So, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a frame, right? I'm going to put all these things. I'm going to put all these things inside the frame, right? So you can see that it just cuts off. It cuts off abruptly here. That's because that's what we want to happen. We want to see a scenario where users actually know that there is more to be seen. There's more to be seen, and I mean, we can actually have our arrows here to indicate. Can have a left and right here to indicate that there's, you can swipe if you want. So you also have to consider, what would happen, or how is this dashboard going to look like if our user has only one business? We have to keep that in. We'll definitely have to design an experience for that as well. But we are not going to do that now. Our primary consideration right now is a user with like 3 to 4 businesses. Okay, good. Now, the next thing we want to see is recent transactions. We want to see revenue over time. We also want to see quick actions. Now, I think a good thing to showcase here, would be, oh yeah, I kind of forgot that we also need to actually put up the title. So just put the title here. Title. Boom. Oh, well and good. So it's coming together, right? So now we need something that showcases duplicate this. Yeah, right. So we need something that showcases transactions over time. And that showcases transactions over time. So I think at this point we'll have to employ a chart. So I'm just gonna duplicate this. I don't know what kind of charts we're gonna use. I suspect it's gonna be a line chart. A line chart would be appropriate for this. So let me just write this here so that I know what I'm writing. So it's gonna be a line chart, right? Good. Now we have a line chart. Awesome. But I also want to be able to showcase interesting information, maybe like statistics, right? So in my statistics, I want to be able to capture certain key information. I want to be able to show, so let me just make these boxes, right? Make these boxes good. It's looking good, looking good. So I want to be able to show 4 very key metrics. One would be, let's say, volume of transactions, right? I also want to show value, maybe. Should I maybe show value of transactions? Yeah, value. of transactions. Value of transactions. I want to see approvals, I guess. I want to see settlements. Settlements value as well. And I also want to see things like approvals, I guess, or pending approvals. So you can see that our dashboard is already like it's coming to life little by little, right? So let me make this scalable. All this applying so that when I'm dragging down, I can go to like drag down a little bit further. So we might have encountered our first problem because we showcased all this data, but we've ignored quick actions. So where do we then place the quick actions that our users can perform? Any ideas? Okay, so I'm still looking at this here. I'm tempted to replace this with the quick actions. However, I think this information makes more sense if it's grouped with this line chart. Plus, we can do it in such a way that there are certain customization options, there are certain customization options that we can include here that would make it easier, that would make more sense with this information here. Right here, nah. It's too far up to be of any serious consequence, right? It's too far up to be of any serious consequence. Okay, so maybe I'll just take these two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'll just maybe just stretch them in such a way that they fill up this space. Right. Oh no, it's definitely going to be in navigation, right? It's definitely going to be in navigation. But like this is what we are trying to add. Like we just want to put the important ones. Transfer, invoices. Oh, these are wow, these are most users just want to send money, buy airtime, and then pay bills. And then maybe fund their accounts. Anyways, let us then consider, we've done the stats. So let's now work on like recent transactions. Revenue over time, this is this, quick actions, this is this. The danger of, so we might, I don't know, we might, I don't want to sacrifice quick actions, yeah. I do not want to sacrifice quick actions, but I might if I have to. Okay, so for recent transactions, we have our title here, which is good. Oh dear. Our title here, and maybe like a view more type of thing going on here. So let's just say like more, I guess. view more. And then let's see how our recent transactions are actually coming in. So maybe a tab that switches between the chart and quick actions. That is, yeah, but what's not the point? Because quick actions is going to be hidden. What's not the point? You might as well just get your quick actions from the navigation on your left. So there's really no point. That's just being superfluous at the end of the day. Before the chart, I am tempted, right? I'm seriously tempted, but okay, I'll design an iteration with it before the charts, right? So let's just say, okay, so this is probably like customer name. So this is maybe the dates, amount, transaction reference, chargeback, no, not chargeback, channel. Channel is supposed to come before transaction ref. Right? Date, amount, channel, I don't know, maybe like customer name, I guess. So I'll just duplicate this here. So we have like customer name, channel, transaction ref. I think these are like really like probably like the most basic of the information that will be needed here. So let's just duplicate that, and that. And it's clearly going to be a I mean, if you want to really like check the transaction, you need a chevron around here. Okay, so are we following so far? So we'll just good. So let's just put like a line here. I don't know how that line is going to cascade at the end of the day. It's going to work in real time, but I mean, let's have the line. And then duplicate this 2, 3, 4. Depends on how you want to run it. Okay, so I think this is fine. I mean, for the purpose of what we're trying to accomplish, this is actually fairly straightforward. All right. So now I want to do an iteration of this design, but with the quick actions beneath the just before the charts. Right. So oh dear. Just somehow knew that was gonna happen. Somehow. All right, good. So keep that there. So I'll just take all of these. I'll just push them down a little bit. Right? Just push them on a little bit. And then I'll take this, duplicate it, right? And I'll just try to create some space for it. Now here's now the challenge. Well, it's not necessarily a challenge actually. It just needs to occupy enough space such that it is clear. You know, it's clear to the user that, oh, this is what's going on right now. So we can have user actions here, quick actions here. Our title, quick actions, and we can have the actual quick actions over here. So whether this is the best approach, don't know. Or so we have how many things are we doing? Quick actions, like 3 or 4. I don't want a scenario where you have to like side scroll. So maybe we'll just keep the quick actions to, let's try and just keep it to like around 4 thereabout. 2, 3, 4. So around that figure sounds fair. All right, so we have a design. We have a layout that I believe works. Everyone good so far?
Yeah.
Yes, we are good.
Excellent. Now, so let us so we're about to start designing now. That's the actual design proper. Man, we've dropped to 50. So let's start with the actual design proper, right? So we will again create a proper desktop canvas, what's it called, frame. And then let's now set up grids. I like to use 8-point grids for my setup. So what I typically do with my grid is that I first of all create a normal granular grid, which is 8 points. This serves as my guide to ensure that whatever it is I build on top of it works. Now, on top of this, I'm going to create a row grid. Now, the row grid, very, very simple. Whatever values I'm going to use are going to be divisible by 8. But what I do is I just set my account to auto. I set the type from stretch to top. And then I set the height to 16. And my gutter to 8. So now when you zoom in, you will see that everything is sitting nicely on the 8 pixel grid that I created beneath, right? And that's what I want to accomplish. That's what I want. Now for the row grid, you can make it 16 by 8, or you can make it 8 by 8, whichever one you want to do. I think I'll just probably leave it at 8 by 8 for now. Usually I'm used to 16 by 8, but whatever you want to do, that is fine. Now, finally, for the one that really takes some math to figure out, the column grid. So now on the column grid, I'm going to come here, change the count from 5 to auto. I'm going to come to the type, I'll change it from stretch to left. So now you see right now that there are some vertical lines from the top, but they're not quite yet sitting on my pixel grid. So what I will do is I'm going to change, the width of the grids, and I'm going to change the width of the grids and the gutter of the grids as well. So what I'm going to impute 88. These are values that I've found that actually works for this particular screen width I'm using. 88 by 16, and boom, everything sits perfectly. There is no disparity. It's a clean sit. It's a clean set, right? Is everyone following so far? Okay, now, so this is just the basis of how to actually deal with columns and grids. I mean, there are more advanced concepts for you to actually consider, and this is not something that I'm going to be discussing. It's not something that we're discussing here right now. But since we're here to design dashboards, let's us champion forward. All right, so the first thing we want to consider right now is we want to give ourselves a background color. Let me turn off most of these grids, right? Because right now probably don't need we probably don't need them right now, but we need a very nice light background color. And to make that happen, we're going to create a rectangle. We're going to draw a rectangle right here. It just covers the entire background. Nothing to be shy about, right? And we're going to have it like really light. Like it's gonna be like a blue, yeah, but like light blue. So I'm gonna remove these lines. I want to remove the lines so that I can see what I am dealing with. And it's pretty light. It's pretty light blue, but I don't want it to be like real glaring that it's blue. Right? And the reason why I'm doing this is that because I'm gonna have some white, and I want the white to actually push off away from the background, so it's clearer. So let me just show you what I'm trying to talk about. So when I draw a white rectangle, right, you can see, and say maybe, yeah, if I draw a white rectangle, you should be able to see. Okay, yeah, this is too dark. Yeah. Something like this. Yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect. This is perfect. This is perfect. Yeah, this is a perfect color. So when I start adding white to it, the push from the background, it's very clear. The contrast is very clear. You know that you're looking at a widget instead of something just floating arbitrarily on the white background. All right, so let's take this out for a while. We don't need it yet. Or do we? Actually, we do, because we need to we need to nail together navigation. So let's design a navigation. I don't have a logo, right? I don't know. We'll definitely need one at some point. So I'll just pin this around here, right? I'll pin that around there. I don't know. I'll pin that around there. I suspect heavily that we might have to revise because of how intricate this thing is. I suspect heavily we might have to revise this guy. So what I want to do is let me create a new one. Let me create a new one. I'll hide this. Let me create a new one. Columns. Auto left 16, but instead of a 10 width, I need to figure width, I guess. That'll work. No, not gonna work. 12 width. 20, 20, 12, 24, too much. 32, too much. 36. Perfect. And the reason why I'm making these calculations, although they don't really, I mean, they probably won't end up sitting well with the underlying grid, right? But the reason why I'm actually making these separate calculations is because we need to be able to try to maximize we need to be able to maximize our screen real estate, right? So that means that this width would probably not scale. So let me just reduce this a little bit, see what that does for me, right? Let me reduce that a little bit and see what that does for me. I still have my rows here, which is fine. Okay, good. So let's quickly flesh out our, let's quickly flesh out this here. So it's fair for it to start here. So let's flesh out our primary design. We need a logo. Ah, gosh. Where can I get one? Where can I get a logo from? I can pick one from, I have a few line follow. A few line follow, gosh. So this is a vector, okay. Oh, sure. Okay, I think we'll just use this for now. Let's just use this. We'll slap this here. Let's check our grids, make sure that it sits quite nicely the way it's supposed to. So I'll just give it, this is fine here, 50. 50? How's that even possible? What is that? 8, 1, 8, 2, 8, 3, 8, 4, oh, 40. Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right. So let me play this and see what it actually looks like. Oh, okay, good. Means we're on the right track. All right, so let me hide this. Thank you. Come back here. And let's start fleshing out the navigation. So based on what they currently have, let's see, what do they have? They have home, accounts. I really wish that, I think the font I'm just going to use Inter, right? Just keep it simple. So I'll use home, bold, keep it simple, medium seems fine. Because we don't have a lot of time, I'm not going to invest in looking for a lot of icons, because that is that can be very, very time consuming. So what I'm just going to do is that I'm just going to put the icon. I'm just going to put like a placeholder here, right, for the icons. Go there. I'll just put a placeholder there for the icons, and this looks really big. I'll play a placeholder for the icon, and then 1, 2. See, much better. I'll put a placeholder for the icon, and then probably subsequently, if we so desire, we can come back and figure this out. I'll make this an auto layout so that I can easily duplicate it and then just change the text if I so desire. Now this I'll just duplicate, and count. I'll make this bold. I'll reduce the size. All right, and I'll just like put it right here or here, I guess. So I want to divide this with a line. Put this, okay, I want to divide with a line. I'm just going to reduce the opacity of the line significantly. I even want it, I want it to be blue-ish. I think I should change this to blue. That's the only way it can stop me. Change it to blue. Then I'll just reduce the opacity of this line to something along here. Okay, so let's see, what do we have? Coming along quite nicely. Brilliant. Now, We can then just take this and then just start from here. All right. What do we have here? It's too tight. So let's loosen it up a bit. This is a lot better. So I'll just push this down a little bit. Oh yeah, so to duplicate like that, you press Command D or Control D. All right, so let us see, what do we have here? What else? I think I should just take this and bring it over here and then just, you know, reduce it to just the navigation. So we're gonna have like, I'm gonna need some help. Can someone volunteer? Can someone volunteer so that they can actually like help me to fill out some of these things? I just need someone that will just write that, will just handle the text and just like write out the text for me so that I can go and like continue designing other stuff. All right, that is so who wants to volunteer? Who wants to do that? Topware?
Yeah.
Topware, I can't see you here on Figma. Deji, are you here?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm in.
Okay, I can't quite see you. What's your handle? I can't see you. Oh, okay. I think I can. Oh, I can see you now. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, you're just observing. All right. So, so let me see. Who am I giving access? Candidates. Ada, I can't really see. Okay, maybe. All right, let's see. Ada can edit as well. So let's see how that plays out for both of you. Let me know if you're able to edit, because sometimes Figma had a touch. Okay. So now, with all of this set in place, okay, so maybe what I can do is right now, I will just draw a line, a very nice faint line. I'm going to remove these grids so that I can see what I'm doing, right? But I'll draw a line, very nice faint line. The line is going to be right here by the side. You can see it's subtle, very, very subtle. It's not really loud. It's not really loud. Well, you can tell that there's a clear demarcation between the background or the rest of the design and the navigation. Okay, so now what we're going to do now is we are going to work on the top bar right here. Right, so maybe I might need to raise this a little up. Why didn't I use the shadows? Shadows, I didn't know. I don't want to use the shadow. I could have, but because there are other items that may employ shadow, and I want to be really sparse, and I don't want to be generous with the way I apply shadows. Right, so maybe I can draw this up. Sorry guys, draw this up a bit. So you guys probably have to like figure out how that works. But so what do we have in our, so we have someone's name here. So let's turn on our grid again, right? And remember, I'm just supposed to like slap this here. Because if we turn this on, it'll be here. So that's like kind of like almost, that's good. All right, so let's draw for ourselves a circle. Doesn't have to be too big, just something really nice and comfy. Like good 40 by 40 should do the trick, I hope. All right, so we'll just put it here. All right, we'll put it there. And then I'm gonna run a plugin just to like get it face, because I really don't like run avatar or something. Oh wow, B Jordan. Which is not bad. Definitely I've done better. It's not bad. All right, so at this stage, yeah, Jesus Christ, man, this thing is coming up. It's coming together faster than I even anticipated. Wow. Guys, you guys are fast. Okay, so I'm gonna take this line, yeah. I'm just gonna flip it on its axis, and I will raise it to the top. And what's it doing in the top? I'm just gonna fill this out. I'm gonna increase this, and I'm just gonna draw it a little lower so you can see. So yeah, it has this really nice good look. But I want it to be beneath should be here. Do I want it to be here? Do I want it to be here? Let me check. Take a look at this. I want it to be there. It feels like there's already a lot happening there. So maybe what I can do is I can just take this. I'll just send it to the back. Oh shit, not too much to the back. But I will send. Where's my line? Where's my line? Jesus Christ. Okay, so I'll send the line to the back then, so that it's just there. Excellent, good. So it's coming in place, right? Now, I'll take this line again. I'm doing so much with the line, right? And I'll just like peg it here, right? But I want the line. So I think I'll just lock this display background layer. But I want this line to be at the very bottom, right here. Good. So let's see. Okay, it's not showing. That's weird. Okay, I think I see what the problem is. There we go. Looking soft already. All right, so for these guys right here, I think what I'll probably just do is I'll just reduce their opacity, because they're not really like core menu. They're not really like core menu items. So let's see what it looks like. Looks legit. I think I'll make them blue. Just drop it a little bit, and then I'll just reduce this to something like this. So, oh boy, what the hell? Okay, too faint. I'll drop you a little bit, too faint. Much better. Much better. All right. So let's give our boy a name. All right, so whose name am I using? Adobe. So I just use Adobe. Oh shoot, that's not right. Adobe.
Thank you very much.
You. Use Adobe U. Sorry, hold on. Okay. Yes, contrast checks are also very important. Okay, so I mean, you can probably have a view profile somewhere around here. Let's reduce this text a little bit. Give it a view, give it a blue color, right? Good. All right, and then we'll just have like 3 icons. Guys, I'm gonna have to task you again. We need icons. So we are working with the assumption that the users who are going to be using this know what these icons mean. Yeah, I know, but bring them here, because if I start hunting, it means that we'll be taking more time. I'm already taking enough time as is. All right, thank you very much. All right, so so just help me hunt for icons out, then we'll just place them here and then we'll figure out how to make it good. Okay. So I think so far so good. We are looking solid. Now let's move on to the really interesting stuff. Now we are going to we're going to like define some things. Number one would be the distance between the nav and the main content, and also the sizes of some things. So let's see, if I made this let's say a fair 24, for example, or even a 32, for example, and I made it bold, what would that do for me? Let's call this overview. Right? Let's see what that does. Ooh, it's quite big. It's quite big. It's a big boy. It's a very big boy. Right? So, okay, let's see what would work. If I made it 24, what does that do? What does that do for me? 24 seems fair. Fair. Seems fair. Seems fair. Seems quite fair, actually. All right, let's go back. Let me turn on my grid. Make sure that it's resting on something. Good. Good. So now this distance, I don't know, man. Because I could have it rest here, start from here, and that gives me, like, you know, probably more real estate, but it's just too damn close, and I'm not comfortable with that. I could play rough and maybe have it start here at the middle. Play rough and have it start there at the middle. I don't know if that's like the most optimal approach. Let's leave it at that for now. Let's leave it at that for now. Okay, so what are we doing next? Next thing we want to do now is this section. All right, and I want to have a manage all accounts button here. So I think I'll just put this here, right here. That sounds fair. I'll call this manage all accounts. I could make it bolder than this. I think this is fair. But it's too small. So maybe I'll crank this up to like 13, see what that does for me. Okay, I think this is still too small. So let's keep this as 14 like every other person does. Yep. Just right. Just right. Perfect. All right. Now, so let us start with the big hard work of designing our the section for what's it called? The section for the accounts. So it just occurred to me now, like I literally just thought about it now, that would it be good, right? Would it be good that instead of having a carousel, showing all the various accounts, I could just have something that shows all the monies at once in all the accounts. I could do that. Or I could even marry the two ideas if I wanted to. But I kind of suspect that that would be quite expensive. Ooh. Actually, that solves all my problems. It solves all my problems because let's look at it here, you know, at wireframe view. Let's look at it here. Oh, Jesus Christ, would you stop doing that? Let's look at it here. Let me take all this down, right? I'll draw this. I'll bring all of this lower, right? And I could have my total here, all the money is here, right? I could have all the monies here, big, and I could have my quick actions here. What do you guys think? It doesn't have to be a one-to-one match. Maiwa Adam is asking, from understanding that dashboard shouldn't scroll, did I ever hint that dashboard should not scroll? No. Dashboards should be able to scroll. What I was saying was that whatever information that is important has to be above the fold, right? So there's this plugin I have that even helps with, you know, above the fold behavior, right? It's actually literally called above the fold. So watch what it does. So it lets me know the viewing area. above the fold of my should I need to make this 1, 2, 3. Good. So let me remove this. Take you. So, all right, I need to lock this. Take these two, make sure that they're extendable. So that when I'm drawing lower, I can always go lower if I so desire. But this lets you know, what appears frame by frame, above the fold, beneath the fold, all that sort of behavior. Okay, good. That's cool. So what I was saying, was that we could display like all his amounts, put the quick actions just beside, and then put his accounts, his separate business accounts beneath. So it would look something like this. So let me just style the card. Let me just style this card a little bit, right? I know that like a lot of people have dropped off. And to be honest, I can't blame them. These things are quite long, and I think the added advantage of having to be able to watch this later is quite interesting. I've been running for some time now. This is almost 5. We've been going at this for like 3 hours. Going at this for like 3 hours plus now. So I'll just keep this at let me keep this at 8, right? I will give this, let's give this 8. Do I want to give it I'll give it some stroke. Put my stroke at 0.7. I want to make this blue, but not too blue to the point that it's annoying. So I'll keep that there. And maybe, just maybe, add some shadow. Now, shadows are tricky. So I'll just blur it out a little bit, and then I'll make it a little lower, reduce the spread just a little bit, and then give it a good coloring, very good coloring. So it's a little dark. Good. Perfect. All right, so whatever, so I think I can just keep this at 10. I'm guessing 10 is fine. It's good. Right. Good. So let's start working out the math. Right. So I can take this. Let me turn this off. Put this on top. NEPA is using us to do that, and we need to quickly finish. So probably make this big, right? And then one thing that we should always keep in mind is that when you're designing that, but always do a length, text length test. So what I try to do is I just try to do like 128, two, okay, so let's do this. You could say that, no company in Nigeria has this amount. Companies can surprise you. Companies can surprise you. Now, all these ones they're concerned about now money. All right, so let's call this available balance. This won't track, so I think we should just make this a little bolder in terms of the color. Okay, very good, very good. Nice one on the okay, so let's see. All right, so let's add some bells over here. What I like to do sometimes is give these things some small background, and then just like reduce it significantly. But that's just sometimes. I don't think it's going to work in this scenario. So let's keep this here, right? But we're going to reduce the no, not work. So I'm just going to dive in a little deeper. This way, 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 this way. All right, this is fine. And we have our settings here. Same with the logout also. Yeah, it's weird. It's sitting here. To sit, that's good. That is also good. This is fine. 1, 2, buckle, and shoes. So we can nuke all these. Right, good. So let's create a state for when there are notifications. A lot of people like to use circles for their notifications. I personally prefer to use squares because they are extendable, and yeah, that's probably all I have. They're actually quite extendable. All right, so let's put this at 99. Make it small enough and a little bolder and white, and put them, oh boy, put them on top here. Okay, so let's see, does that work out for us? Not so well yet. All right, I put some controls, that's fine. So I think this will probably need to increase a little bit. Then we'll just, yeah, just a little bit more. A little bit more. Good. Works well so far. You're asking me to go through the column and row setting again. Well, we've gone past that. So what you can do is, remember, like afterwards, you can go over the video again on with this link. Well, man, we have gone quite beyond that, all of that, to be honest. Okay, so wow, where am I going to start from? Come on. Okay, you know what? Since you have brought this about, use fill icons. I want fill icons. Fill icons are actually better. In fact, if you can even get me like a notification fill icon, that would be perfect. But use fill icons. I want icons for this menu. Okay. That's what I want. I want fill icons for that menu. All right, so I'm going to turn on my rules again. I just want to see what I'm doing. So I want this to rest on something. So there you go, rest on something. And I want you to rest here. It kind of does feel, because if I make it rest here, it's not necessarily the best practice to keep it resting there. But it means that if I put this here, it looks too tight. I don't want it to look too tight, right? If I put it here, it looks good. But it means that whatever content that is going to be beside it has to be here as well. So I might make that sacrifice. I just might make that sacrifice. So I think here now by the side, I can afford to say quick actions, right? Okay, some people have been saying some things. Is it good practice? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I think I've kind of like answered you. All right, that's cool. All right, so quick actions. Now for the quick actions, we can use some interesting tactics. And I say they're interesting because they do require a bit of thought. I was right. You actually probably need to start this thing from here. All right, so what I'm plagued with choice. You know, I'm actually quite literally spoiled for choice at this point. So what I want to probably do is I'll set the let me set this to like 8. It's cool. I'll set this to blue. Also cool, but I'm gonna nuke the opacity to like around 10. All right, who's still having things to tell me? All right, Adam, and take care, man. Thanks for helping out. I really appreciate this. Okay, so do I want that? I think I will probably want to shift this a little lower so that there's some space, right? Or maybe yeah, I think I want to make it a little bigger so that there's a bit of space, right? And then Omo, what are you doing, man? This thing is in a, oh God, you're removing don't remove the auto layout, leave it like that. Oh, okay, I understand why you want to remove the auto layout. Yeah. Remove the auto layout, but don't change the text, just remove the auto layout. Okay. So I want these icons to be as big as possible, 24 by 24. Just keep the icons at 24 by 24. Make sure their colors are okay, like dissociate this, but make sure their colors are this blue, and the background would be this blue, but scarily light, maybe like a good 10% or thereabout. Let's even see how that works for us. So that works for us. Ooh boy, transactions. We need a better transactions icon. If you can find something better than this. All right, so just continue. Yeah, on me on my part, I'll do what I can do to help the situation. So let's quickly continue. We really don't have a lot of time. So I can take this text and put it right here. Only that it's not going to be, it's going to be like a lot darker, right? Maybe a lot bluer, not even just darker, a lot bluer. So you just call this transfer money, transfer funds, whatever you choose to call it. But it's obviously too small, so I'm just going to boost it a little bit to 14, where it's a lot bigger. Right? Make it a little longer. You probably want to add like some small subtext here. So I'll drop this to medium, drop this to like 11, change the color to probably make it a little darker, something like this. Send money to beneficiaries. I guess. So I'll just push this here. Raise this a little bit. Raise this a little bit. Looks good. Looks good, quite good to me even. All right, so let's group all of this and then just duplicate it. So we have send money, we have buy airtime. Ooh, okay. We have send money, we have buy airtime. And the third one would be pay bills. So we have pay bills. Now, we can see that what we will currently have is shooting out of the of our frame. So let's see what happens if we actually push this a little inwards. We'll see that it's taking up a lot more space than we initially anticipated. And it's 32, that's fine. So we probably need to make some small design considerations. For example, this subtext, not necessary. We can delete them, right? And we can center these texts, right? And we can just, you know, if we're going to have chevrons, this would be a good place to put them. But we're going to make them smaller, maybe like around 17 or 16 by 16 seems fair. And then we'll just put them at the end here so that they look like a proper call to action. 8. They look like a proper call to action. So I'll just make this blue. I'll just make this blue. I'll take you, put you there. And since, okay. So now I'm pressed to make sure that they are all of the same width, right? So this is 188. I can just make this 188 as well. And also I can make this 188 as well. So I've saved myself some pixels, which is all well and good. So now what I just simply need to bother about is the spacing between them. I can make this 24. It's all well and good. You can keep this at 32, that's fine. And I've saved myself some good space. Let's see how it looks like. Lovely. So we're back on track. Right? Right. So I'm tempted to want to do this. Well, nope. Nope, that is not good. Oh yes, okay. So if you are following on the Figma board, all right. So let me share this to the YouTube squad. Man, this is tasking. Right, so that's the link if you want to check it out. Okay. Okay, so far so good. We're not doing too badly, to be honest. Now, to the thing I was actually talking about here, I was saying that we were going to put a line here. Okay, we're going to draw that line right up onto this point. Then underneath it, we're gonna design our accounts. Rows. Oh wow, okay, it's not even the line I drew. I'm going to go and hide. There's a line, it's a line, this is a line, this is another line. Let's push it to the top. And our line is at the top. Let's take a look at it. Looking good, looking sharp, looking strong. Okay, so now we are going to create we're going to create our account cards. All right. Now the account cards, my idea for them is it's going to show the total available. So let's rename this and call this total available balance. Because it's like the global, total, right? Then whatever it is that we're doing, we can then call this, like available balance. We'll call this available balance. Obviously, it's going to be a much smaller monetary value. So we're going to have to shrink this a little bit, something like around 20. So let's just say, let's knock off a few numbers. Right? Knock off, oh no, that's not a number. So knock off a few numbers, right? So available balance, and then maybe make this a little larger. I don't want it to be too large, right? But if the situation demands that it's going to be large, then there's really nothing one can actually do about it. So I want this to look different. I want it to look like really different. I don't want it to look like a call to action. Okay. So we have so I'm gonna duplicate this line right here. Okay. Just duplicate it. Cut it. Put it there. That's the 24, 22. So I'll just reduce it by 2, 1, 2. Excellent. Then so we're gonna have the business name somewhere around here. Business name. And then is everyone hearing me? Drop off is
yeah, sure.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the business name will just, oh boy. So we'll just say who has a business name I can use? Ayodeji and Sons. TD. All right, so we're not gonna color it blue. It's gonna be like dark, I guess. So let's just keep it there. But it's just gonna be there. Oh, well, go and tell that to the typical Alabama man. I'm pretty sure he will listen to what you have to say regarding this. Oh god. All right. So okay, we have this 23, 24. So I'll just reduce by 1. That's 28. That's fine. So we'll just group all of this. We'll group all of this, right? And we'll just duplicate. Keep this to like, I don't know, like a 16, 3. 4. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to group this, and I'm gonna make this group a frame, right? And then I'm going to you know, like do some clip work on the frame. And the reason why I'm doing it like this is so that I can actually make provisions for so it's probably just going to start from here, right? So the reason I'm doing like this is, you know, I'm just trying to make provisions for the chevrons.
How did you frame it?
Oh, okay. So you know you can turn the group to a frame.
Okay.
So say for example, you have this guy. Okay. You have this guy. This guy is a rectangle. You have another rectangle. You have a third rectangle. Stretch it out, whatever. You can group all of them, right? You can group them all, and then when you come here, you can change it from a group to a frame, and that lets you to do, you know, wondrous stuff with it if you want.
Cool.
Good. All right. So what I want to, I'm going to do like a little bit of fine arts here. So I'm just going to draw a small line. Yeah. I'll copy this. You know, like everyone has, you can, I agree. I mean, you can use that as well. There's no one correct way of doing it. This is just how, like, you know, this is how it's easy for me. Well, at least this is how it makes sense to me, right? So I'm just gonna draw a small inconspicuous line here, and then I'm gonna get a rectangle, right? Because I want to add some, you know, like I said, I'm gonna do a little bit of fine art here. I'll send it beneath, good. And then I'm gonna color this, I'll color this blue. Yeah, but that's not what we're gonna end up using. I'll just maybe like lower the opacity of this a little bit. And then I'm gonna make this a gradient. I'm gonna turn the gradient from here to here. Right? I'm just gonna drag this node right here. Okay, good. All right, so then maybe, just maybe, I'll just reduce it to this point. And I'll reduce the lines as well. So you get the impression that this thing is coming from somewhere. It's not just, you know. So I'll take this out, right? And I'll just bring it back right back in here. So I want them to sort of like a line. Okay. Then I'm just gonna take the chevrons. I'm gonna dump chevrons in there. So I can choose to, you know, I can do this if I wanted to. Take this, yeet it all the way here, and do this. And just like that, we solved our quick actions problem. Let's see how it looks. Not bad. Not bad at all. Transactions, okay, that's cool. Okay, so well, we have a dashboard that is looking usable, pretty usable actually. But I feel like these numbers are kind of like, I don't know, having this here, does it feel like I'm consuming too much? Or does it feel like I'm showcasing too much? Maybe because these numbers are like quite big. So let me like flex them down a little bit. Maybe make these semi-bold so that they are not drawing too much attention. Okay. So far so good. So what is the next thing that we want to do? We have the overview, right? So the next thing we want to do right now is we want to do this, our line chart and stats, right? So what we can do is we're just going to duplicate this card, right? I'll give it a good breadth of, say, a good breadth of like 48, 48, nice. 40. Let's make that 40. 48, 48, good. 48 looks good. But I'm going to change some things. For example, I'm definitely going to reduce the blur value because it's not as important, or it's not as critical as this card. So having different elevations kind of gives your design a bit of it kind of gives your design a bit of dynamism, so that everything else should just look like it's up front. This is pushing forward to the user, right? This is a little more, it's a little lower in terms of the hierarchy. All right. So I suspect that after this, we might just call the class to a close. I don't know, because like a lot of people are dropping off, and I suspect that if we finish the way I want us to finish, we'll probably have like 10 people left. Okay, well, this wasn't bad. This wasn't so bad. It was actually quite nice. All right, so let's quickly do this. What do we have? We want to, okay, I'm putting this here. That's two is fine, good. So we want to create can someone help me get a chart? Maybe like a line chart. Or I could just do it myself. All right, so I could just do this. So this, I think I'll have to lower this a little bit because there's still some things that need to be displayed. But I'll make this, but lower, a little lower. I'll make this 8, I guess. So it'll nicely curved. So we can draw like a bunch of lines to indicate all right, so let's select all those lines as well. Yeah, set up something. All right, so I'm gonna give these lines like their own unique color. Okay, this up a little bit. Good. Then I'm gonna make all of these lines like 0.7, which is fine and fair. There might not be need for this top line. I'm going to make this line a little thicker, so I'll keep it at 1. Let's look at what we have. Good. Oh boy, no. So I'll lock this so that I don't go about touching it anyhow. So let me shift this a little bit inside as well. All and good. All right, good. Then now we need something. So I'm just gonna pick the pen tool. I'm just gonna like create a random business was clearly good around this period. Some small drops, but it's on the up and up, right? So I want to make this look as you know, as realistic as possible. Now, bear in mind that your graphs will not always look like this. Your graphs will never always look like this because of the way your data changes. So let's make this blue, right? Make this blue, and all right, it's coming together. It's coming perfectly, actually. It's coming together. What some people like to do with their graphs is they will do this really funny thing. So they will duplicate this thing because they want to do a fizzy. So just watch what I'm about to do. They will duplicate this, right? And then they'll get this, come here, from here, here. Hello, sorry, I'm back. All right, so I really don't have a lot of time now. So let's see how this works out in our favor. All right, good. So we have our points. So we have our graph, you know, mostly. So we also need to like plot it properly. So let's take this text, right? It's going to be significantly smaller here. But so we can have Monday. Just reduce the text size. It's very small, but still legible. Really small, but still legible. And then I'll just put it inside here. So we have Monday. Or instead of doing all that, I only need 7. Okay. We have Tuesday. We have Wednesday. We have Thursday. The day of our Thor. We have Friday. We have Saturday. And we have Sunday. And the week begins anew. Make sure that they're well spaced. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Copy, paste. It's looking a lot solid now. All right, so now we need a like a vertical line that just helps us to kind of like highlight the data that we're trying to pick for. All right. Now that line could be I mean, we have this line, right? So let me just copy this. And I think I'll just make this like 1. Yeah. Then I could make it a gradient, but I'm scared of having my work. I thought as much. I think one thing Figma needs to like really include is the ability to manually set gradients, because sometimes this thing just gets lost in transition. It becomes really like difficult to really pinpoint. So let's just keep it like this, right? And then on top of it, we can have a circle. Have like a circle. So it's gonna be white for obvious reasons. Let's see what we're doing, how we're doing actually. Ooh, wow, this is looking sweet by the minute. All right. Okay, so so maybe I'll just duplicate this and I'll no, sorry, that's wrong. So I'll just duplicate this and I'll just make this a blue inside. And then we probably also need like some text here. Oh dear, no. Oh, well, why not? Because it allows me to do this. And I mean, if you're being honest, this is pretty much what I actually want. 2, 3. So, but not like this. So I'm probably just going to need like numbers, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Right? Good. So let's just have everyone align to this direction. Ooh, wow, this is absolutely not bad. Not bad at all. Let me turn this up a little closer. Good. Good. And you want like a tooltip type of design. So the easiest way to just have it like a tooltip is just have a rectangle, give it like 8, I guess, have a triangle beneath, turn it upside down, make sure it's, you know, that they're in the middle, then just merge. Once you hit the merge, that's it, you know, have like a union select, then you can just go ahead and like increase the border radius. So just it affects this and it has this really cool, trash, shiny, slick look. So we're going to make it like dark, right? But a little transparent here. So like this is what it does. This is what happens. So you can see the data. You can see the data. So let's say, I'll increase this a little bit. Increase this a little bit as well. So let's say we want to show that there was a let's say it was like an outflow. So let's say, is that the best way to do it? Is that the best way to do it? Is that the best way to do it? I don't know. I'm not sure even using triangles would be the best way to do it, because I want to use green, right? Really want to use green. I want to use green, but I'm not sure this, no, you know what? I'll use a rectangle instead of a triangle. I think that makes more, that's a lot more valid. So I'll use this, I'll use green. Because I'll have to curve this a little bit so it doesn't look weird. And then I can just take this and just like slap it here. Yes. Right in front and make this white. So let's just give like a number in the end, 82,000. So we can just have this here, I guess. Let's drop this to around this point. Let's see. All right, beautiful. All right. So our dashboard is slowly coming together. Yeah, I was actually thinking of that, inflow and outflow. You know, I mean, we could actually do that if we want to. We could actually do that, but I don't think contextually that would work, because that would require 2 lines instead of 1. I would actually need 2 lines instead of 1. So let's, hey, Jesus Christ, listen to you hold now. Okay, so so the next thing I want to do is I want to create some filter controls. Let's call this cash flow, right? And just above this, I want to create like some controls similar to what I did. No, it's not. Is it here? Similar to what I did here. So you can see, you know, transactions, days. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take, I'm just going to take like the same text again, right? But on the 7 days, oh boy, that's not 7 days. Why am I writing that? 7 days. I'm just gonna make this a little bigger, I guess. 7 days. Do I need to work, right? 14 days. No. 14 days, 7 days, 14 days. Okay, let me just call this like 1 month. And so 1 month, yeah, 3 months. You have 6 months. Okay, can just make this like custom dates. Let's call this custom date. All right, so let's see. Ooh, too big. All right, so I'll make these. I make this like 14, so I'll make this this, and I'll make this medium. I'll shift this in a little bit, drop this by 1 a little bit as well. Okay, good, coming together nicely. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these inside some rounded rectangles. Well, there's rounded corner rectangles, right? Obviously it's not going to have that, but it's going to have some stroke. I'm going to like full on make it like this. Right, I'll drop this to like 0.7, and I think I'll just take this stroke behavior, copy properties, come here, paste properties. Let's go. All right, so did I group all of this? I need to group all of this. Group. Push it all the way to the top. And then, so we'll just do the same thing for the rest of them, right? Do the same thing for the rest of them. Right here, push it out a little bit, and then final part, push it out to just about this point. Now, these are literally the resting states of these buttons, right? Let's kill that. Right. So what we want to show is the last 7 days. So we'll just add some color to it. Not necessarily the best color, but just some color to showcase that it's the last 7 days, that it's active at the very least. So we'll make our 7 days blue. Oh no, God, no, Jesus Christ. We'll make our 7 days blue, maybe a little bolder. Simple, I guess. So let's check it out. It is coming together. This shit is coming together. I suspect that this thing would look better if I did it like this. Turn this off. Turn this back. Problem solved. So I'm just gonna adjust the spacing so it's consistent. This is 32. I'll probably just nerf it down to like 24, which is fine. And then I'll just put them right over here. Right over there. So I'll just move this to the bottom. Yeah. Well, it's fair if it's at the top, that's fine. Okay. So now I think we are now at liberty to draw a line. If we so desire, we're now at liberty to draw a line that basically just cuts this. Let's see, what's the 32, 33? It's perfect even. So we'll just do that, keep that line there, right? And now we can focus on getting our stats right. This thing still sticks out, so I think I'll just stretch it a little bit and then reduce the opacity just a little bit so that it's not so obvious. Yeah, much better, I think. Ah, man. Jesus, no matter what happens, we have to stop this thing by 6. I'm not doing 5 hours like last time. No, I am not doing 5 hours. We have to start step by 6, no matter what happens. So now we can then put in our stats. Okay, and the stats are, in my opinion, like pretty straightforward. If you want to, I mean, like what I even had in mind was put like an icon on top. Right, I'll put an icon on top. Come here. I'll put an icon on top. I'll put the name of the thing that I'm trying to measure. Let's say volume of transactions. Let's say transaction volume. Okay, so let's just keep this type. Do we need to? I kind of feel we don't need to. I kind of feel we don't need to, because I wanted to put it here. So let's just give it like a really good number. Let's say 24,000, 317,054. And that's like a fair number. And then just replicate it like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let's not do that. Let's not do this approach. Let's do it this way. We can have an icon here, right? We can put our value here. After all, it's not killing anyone. And we can just have lines divided. We can have lines divided. This is good. This is good. Okay. Divided, and then let's just see 2, 3, and 4. All right. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see.
Low battery, please charge.
Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so I'm gonna take all of these. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I'm just gonna like make sure they're like equal. What do you know? I'm just gonna make sure they're equal. I'm going to delete this. I'll take all of these. I'll just straighten up. This is fine, I guess. Ooh, no, it's not fine. For that to make sense, it needs no. This thing needs a bit of math. It's math I'm basically ignoring. Thank you guys for your encouragement. So we have this, and this looks spectacular. So let's just name it properly: volume of transactions, value of transactions, transaction value. We call this transaction value. We'll call this settlement value. And we'll call these pending approvals. As a pending, right? pending approvals. Okay, so man, so far we've done really considerable work, and I wish we could actually spend like more time. I wish we could spend more time actually. Okay, I think we actually need to put some chevrons here so that they look actionable, right? So you could put you can depend on chevrons if you want, right? And then maybe just rely on interactions, right? But sometimes it might be good practice to just add some hyperlink beneath that says, or a descriptive hyperlink. You know, something like this. You can say something like view transactions. View transactions. You know, something like this. That's if you don't want to use this chevron approach. So I'll just keep this out here. We don't need this anymore, so let's nuke it. So I think the last card we're going to be needing, or we're going to be using, is for the table design. The last card we're going to be needing for the table design. All right. So let's design our table. First of all, we're going to have to copy. At least let's make sure that our elevation is correct and consistent. Press properties. Let's turn on. Where is this thing? All right. So what else are we doing? So we need to. So we'll just call these recent transactions. Oh dear, I just realized that it's possible that these things are roughly about the same size. They shouldn't have to be. So I'll just drop them to around, oh no. We'll just drop them to around 20. All right. I'll drop them to around 20. I think that's fair, actually. That's quite fair. Quite fair. All right, so we have cash flow there. We have recent transactions. Like this. Then now we get to the parts that a lot of people are afraid of. Table design. Table designs are hard. Recently we had to design a table at Team Apps, and we spent almost 2 weeks trying to settle on it. Not just because it's even hard, primarily because we needed to have a table that was easily customizable because we're putting together our design system as well. So getting something that worked was a nightmare. Because I remember one of the guy who maintains our design system, I remember him doing like about 4 iterations before we settled on something that kind of worked. Right? So let us have our tables. So we're gonna have some interesting things. We're gonna do some interesting things. We'll come here. How do we divide it? We said dates, right? So let's put this here. Dates. So after date, we have what else? We have amount. After the amount, what else? We have channel. It's called channel. After the channel, what else? We have the customer name. And after the customer name, because this group's name can be really long, we can have, let's say, transaction ref. Transaction reference, and then, so let's quickly populate this, right? So let's figure out how our data is going to work. So I'll just duplicate this, I'll put it here. We need a date format that works. So I'll make this 13. It doesn't have to be this bold, which will be regular. I need a date format that works. So maybe we'll just say 12. 12/05/21. But the thing with this data points is that they actually also need to specify the time that this transaction actually happened. So you have to say something like 9:30 space. You know, like it has to be in this format, unfortunately. Oh wow, it's actually quite small. I cannot have this. So we'll keep this as 14. Right, this is fair. It's fair, yeah. Medium. It's fair, it's fair, it's fair, it's fair. Regular. All right, so now we need the amount. The amount is also very, very important. So we can just have something nice and loose. So maybe like 550,000, I guess. Right? But because it's an amount and it's very important, we're probably going to need it in bold. Right? In order to solve the currency issue, we'll just have our Naira here, NGN, however we like it. Then for the channel is okay. Before we even go to channel, let's even fill out the customer's name. In this case, customer would be oh, Chen is still here. All right, so let's have first customer be Chen. Chen Li. No, Chen Li Yu. Get this right. Chen, thank you for staying this long. Wait, okay, you're laughing at me. Did I get it right? Did I get it right? Oh well, thanks. I really thought I botched it. All right, so so we have that. Transaction reference. Transaction reference is usually just gibberish like code, so it's usually just numbers that you really have no affection for. So let's just leave it at that. Now for the channel is a little more interesting. Interesting in the sense that you need to specify. We don't want it to just say oh, web or mobile. We want it to be a little more interesting, right? So it's kind of important for you to want to color code your channels. In this scenario, like maybe I probably want to use blue for web, right? Let me adjust this to like 8. Let's go. Maybe I don't make this 4, as I can see what I'm doing. And then I'll take this name, this text here, I'm gonna put it on top. I'll make it white. Oh no, do I need to? No, not make it white. I actually need to make it blue. I'll just call this web, and then I'll make this bold. I'll just reduce this opacity. And then use the opacity. This is what 2. I'll make it 100. That's fine. I'll just keep it right here. Web. It's too big. Web. That's fine. Okay, so I can take this. Just, oh boy, no, that won't work. And then I can take all of this. Let me just lock this rectangle, right? I mean this card here. Let me lock it. I'll take all of this, right? Oh yeah, the last thing I need to add is the chevron, because you need these people to know that this thing that you're doing is actionable. You can actually go into it and do it and like see other things about this information, right? So I've selected everything, I've grouped it, right? Awesome, good. Now I want to drop this a little bit lower. Also, this is very fine. Now I'm going to duplicate this line here, right? So just fix it right about here. And I also want to reduce the opacity, so I'll reduce it by 50, right? And then I'll increase this to touch the edges, right? Good. So I mean, we're almost at the finish point. Almost at the finish point. Almost at the finish point. This is 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. That's literally it. So we can now say things like boy. All right, so I'll just unlock this so that I can draw this up. Just give this a little bit of space, and then I can have some text link here. That just prompts you to say, okay, so I'm just align these here. So you can have like a text link that actually says view all transactions. So view, oh no, view all transactions. So aligning a little bit, yes. Does it align to title? It does. So we just have to push it up a little bit. There we go. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we've completed our dashboard design. It was tough work, but I think the only things that we need to just fill out, right? The only things we need to fill out would be like the icons and the like 1 or 2 illustrations. But so far so good. I think we have something like really, really solid. So that is that about that. So first of all, let me thank you guys for coming to this workshop. We've been at this for like 4 hours and 4 minutes, and if you've been here from the beginning, thank you guys so much. I'd like to use this opportunity to say that I mean, if you have like any questions you want to ask me, this is a good time. You can ask me any questions. You can ask me any questions you want to ask. While you are trying to put your question together, if you have any questions, this would be a good time for me to actually say that we are currently running a discount for the overlay course. So if you visit if you visit like overlay the academy, So we visit Overlay Academy and go to where our courses are. We have a product design course that is 60,000 Naira. However, because you stayed with me all this time for 4 hours, we're going to be throwing in a 15% discount to just you guys. So as soon as this course is done, as soon as this class is done, if it's not tonight, tomorrow, I'll be sending you a discount link if you're so interested to make payment, pay for the class. We'll be teaching people how to, design apps and websites from ground up. We just take you through the entire gamut. We'll take you through the entire gamut, talking about user experience, design thinking, user research, designing for inclusion, laws of UX and best practices, design system, art direction, create and layouts. Like, we'll dive into these concepts a lot more deeper. So 15% off. I'll be sending you the link to you guys by this evening. But you really shouldn't tarry, because that link is going to expire in 3 days. So you kind of have to hurry. Or like 3 or 4 days, I think, but you kind of have to hurry to avail of the opportunity. Are there any questions? Oh yes, it will be a virtual class. No physical class, virtual class. When do we use shadows? When should we use shadows? When is a good choice? So my thing with shadows is that you should be careful when you use it. You don't just use it everywhere, right? And if you're going to use it, you should be able to measure how your elevations are, right? So there are some elevations that are a lot closer to the background, and the elevations that are a lot closer to the user. So you have to measure that out as well. But I only use shadows for emphasis, sometimes for aesthetics, but mostly for emphasis. Any more questions? I think I have just like 2 more minutes, so we can draw this class to a close. Okay, I don't see anybody hands up anymore. I think it's safe to draw this class to a close. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me. I hope to see you guys sometime later. And those who are interested in the class or the course, I also hope to see you guys in class. The class is going to be starting on the 5th of March. The product design course is going to kick off on the 5th of March. I think that's basically next week, Saturday. So if you make payment now within the next 4 days, you will get 15% off. Thank you, guys. Okay, a question. When designing table, can you make it scroll? The data is a lot. It depends. It depends. There are ways in which you can actually handle scrolling. Yeah, that's side scrolling. There are ways in which you can handle scrolling. And if the data is too much, what you can just do is use cards instead. Use cards instead. Yeah, I have a question on Zoom. I'm looking at the Zoom chat right now. I'm not seeing any questions. Cards, yes. Oh God, it's going to be a lot to actually talk about. But you know what? Hit me up, right? Hit me up, maybe like on Twitter. My Twitter is you can hit me up on Twitter, and then I'll just send you to some places where they actually talk about these things a lot more elaborately. Okay. This is my Twitter handle. That's it. That's my Twitter. And it's also my Instagram if you want. Please don't go to my Instagram. All right, so let's draw this class to a close. Thank you guys for coming. Remember, I'll be sending your discount link if not tonight. If not tonight, I will send you that tomorrow morning. Have a lovely weekend. Bye.